lots of love, but I guess I deserved it. Trying to hide, to pass you by. I'm getting down, feeling fine. I'm light as air, no one can reach me. Lost in a dream, lost in between. Let's keep on flying, let's keep on breathing. I'm falling up, I'm falling down, from the sky and from the ground. Up above, just like below, and I don't know where I should go. 'Cause I'm stuck in limbo. Cause I'm stuck in limbo. Cause I'm stuck in limbo.
It's from Norway, just like Yara today. I don't know if Yara previously was Norsk Hydro. But yeah, old fertilizer bag. Maybe I have to look it up online, see if it's the same company still, or maybe it was a different company. Oh yeah, maybe did I remove it, or maybe it was a pic for Discord. That would definitely be a good picture for Discord. Good morning, guys. Or it's kind of good day. Nope. Lock the screen. Yeah, let's see. We got I got the camera on the helmet now, so it's a little bit of a new setup. We'll see how it works. Start cutting some trees. First we got one tree that's like fallen down by the wind, so we'll start with that one. If we can get chainsaw started. How's the camera angle? Do a little bit and see what it looks like. And there's tall grass right here. Yeah, this one is blocking our road a bit here. Cut away a bit. When we cut it like in pieces, it's not like I move this piece. If not, then we'll have to just need a tractor here and walk to the next piece. Because it's a pretty substantial piece. And I don't have the winch here today. Cut here, cut it into somewhat manageable pieces, then we'll reach them out later, once it's time for that. Now it's just time to cut the trees down. Yeah, so this was flipped down by the wind. Just cut it somewhere where it's easy. Got super close to the root there. There might be some pressure going that way actually on the trunk. It's kind of against the stump, so it should not come this way, but it could come up, it could go that way. So gotta be slightly careful here. This probably falls down that way. That fell down. So be underneath that, dead. This luckily did not swing too much out. Sometimes they have more like sideways pressure. It was a little rotten here, but this is still gonna end up being good firewood. One more. Maybe we can find a good spot that I can move the pieces so we can maybe drive a little bit forward with the tractor still. And this thing is touching everything. That's pretty good. And the road goes right there. Then this piece I can already move. Shouldn't be too heavy. One piece is going to be here, then I hopefully can lift one side to the side so we can drive past with the tractor. These are paths here, not just going to be a few more small pieces from that. Tricky bit left. This was the easy part. I'll just throw these to the side so we can drive. Probably got like 2 pieces there. Let's do just firewood. And I think there was one tree that has fallen there also, I think. That's not over the road, but still. That's a big aspen tree right there. Big aspen. Oh yeah, this is connected there. somehow I didn't lock it, so maybe touching it would be. Don't remember where it was now. It should be a setting, so otherwise when I accidentally touch here something, it's gonna wanna go to other apps and all kinds of weird things. Let's see how this brands on the other side. Now it's pretty much clear. Then we just need to get these smaller pieces there so we can grab them later, throw these branches out from the ditch. Then first tree is done, I guess. This was a little extra tricky when there's, of course it's fallen over a ditch, so then it's more tricky. And yeah, flip that one, maybe that way so we can drive there. It's not gonna be super nice to get these branches out from the ditch. Almost cut them again just to throw them out. Might be easiest. These smaller ones I might be able to throw to the side. Alright, now I can I'm gonna pull a small piece over the ditch so it's easy to grab there. This one maybe can flip it that way. Then we have the road more or less opened up. Throw the biggest branches away so when we drive the tractor we don't hit something underneath the tractor or something and break things. Move this like this and the other end, and we should be able to drive. Now it's out of the road. Can drive past it. But yeah, of course it's fallen over a ditch always, so the first part was very easy. But yeah, I think there's like a spruce there that fell over also in the wind or in the storm. Then the rest of the trees should actually be standing up for the most part. But yeah, a tree like this is probably, what could this be, half a cubic meter maybe of firewood, so that's a decent chunk. But yeah, over there I see another tree. I'm gonna check that out. Here we should be able to drive. And then we're gonna have to check how the soil feels, because where I came in there it was really wet. There was a lot of water and we like almost got stuck. Anybody need a moose bone? And here it feels solid. We can at least drive to there, I think. We'll see if it starts to feel soft under the tractor wheels. And here we see there's water in the tracks. We'll see if we can go there. But yeah, that tree has fallen down, so we can collect that, I think. It's not gonna recover from that anymore. Spruce, so this one has a lot more branches to cut. probably gonna reach this out there, so we could probably leave it in a longer piece. Or cut it. I mean, it's gonna be 1, 2, 3 or 4 pieces, yeah. Yeah, probably cut it. Big beach right there, almost fell. Sounds like it's running out of fuel. It's right there. We did not refuel when we started, so we only had fuel for 1.5 trees. Usually you have more fuel than that. But yeah, let's refuel and then just finish this up. Then next we should actually be able to go where I want to go this year. This was just some random blowdowns that we harvested. Yeah, we need to still some branches left. Need more fuel. bit of chain oil. Sip here, because yeah, with that tank we can finish that and then maybe drop a birch or two there. Then we'll see if we can move the tractor over. I mean, at least a little bit, but we'll see if the swamp is too soft. Finish this one. It was here where the top of the tree was. Yes, there was mostly just some branches left. Quite a bit of branches, probably on the underside. Wait, someplace there on the corner. You have to get in there. Maybe when you take it down. it's feeling pretty, yeah, rolling free. Let's see these piece. Probably has a couple of branches. Now we can move over to the next actual area. Should be that way. Some big birches on some relatively flat area. Yeah, chat phone and everything is hanging on. Yeah, nothing has fallen out. Then we'll see if we can move the tractor. We could drive there and like closer. We'll have to walk there and see how it feels under the feet. Like, does it feel like the tractor would stay on the surface? Here it feels kinda, yeah, it feels okay. It should be able to hold up just the tractor. But we cannot really haul out any wood from here yet because the soil is way softer this year than last year. It's rained quite a bit in the last month, but we can drive here with just the tractor, I'm pretty sure. As long as the grass stays intact, we should be good. Who won? The two first trees, at least, the chainsaw one. We'll see now. We have more trees coming up here. Yeah, if you remember last time when we were here, this was empty. Now there's like quite a bit of water. But yeah, this still feels, actually it should be okay to drive with the tractor here. We shouldn't sink in. And the road went, was it there? A little bit forward, then up to the big birches. Maybe we'll have to cut the pine here somewhere also, so we can drive up. It's really narrow here. Yeah, we might need to take one, but for today, the old tractor will fit here nicely. It's not very wide. But yeah, this will have to go. It's gonna be in the way. Same with those small ones. Then we can get to our actual area here. Start dropping some birches. firewalls into cleaning. Now I'm just cleaning here to be able to drive with the tractor here. And then we'll cut down some big trees here for firewood. No firewall, it's not really needed here. We almost never get like, we don't really get the wildfires here. Sometimes we can have some small areas that burn, but for the most part, it's really not the problem. And now we got the road all the way to here. But yeah, now we got the firewood, so the goal is to cut these big trees down. I think we might start even here. Because the wind is going that way, I think this one has to go also. And if we drive here, then we need to make a road somewhere up there. So this one has to go. Either way otherwise. There's a big birch. There's a big one. There's a quite big one. Whoops. We'll see which way this is leaning. I don't have my wedges and stuff. If this is leaning the wrong way, we might need more tools before we can cut it down. Yeah, it's definitely leaning that way. I guess we can drop it that way also because the road goes right there, so should be fine. But yeah, main goal is to cut down some firewood trees. And then the side goal is make a road that we can drive with the actual tractor and trailer here. But yeah, this one is leaning. Definitely leaning that way. It should fall nicely right over there without any wedges or things. So we'll start with this, and then once we run out of fuel again, then we'll go get the tractor closer, get the fuel, everything closer. But yeah, how's the camera angle? Is it good? Could it be higher maybe? Or is this good? Maybe it shows the helmet too much. If we go like a little bit like that, maybe a little bit higher. At least you see the chainsaw, I guess, from this angle. But yeah, we'll see this one. See if we can aim it well. Always easiest to go where the tree is leaning, and here we have a possibility of it should not get caught there, it should fall down right there. We shall see. There, then there's these lines here, so it should go pretty much straight there now. Should be good. Are you certified organic? We are certified organic. Looks like Husqvarna, it is, I think, best brand. This is a little bit older chain, so it's not very new, but I mean, I don't need a new one, this works pretty well still. Then we'll do the back cut and see if it should just go on its own because it's leaning the same way. We'll see if it wants to go. It's going. See if it falls down all the way. Perfect. That pretty much went exactly where I wanted it. Aim was pretty good. As I said, I was aiming pretty much right there, so yeah, if we can do every tree like that, then it's good. And even our holding wood, you see I left this much, so when the tree starts to fall, this is still intact, then it keeps the direction, and then at the end it of course breaks off. But yeah, that's pretty much the goal, that you leave a little bit, and that keeps the tree from, it can't really fall this way or that way, it can only go that way. But yeah, it was pretty easy when it was leaning the same way as I was felling it. We'll see when we come up with a tree that's like straight up or even leaning the wrong way, then it's another story. This was pretty easy when it was leaning so to speak the right way. Then we'll just chop it into pieces. These we can probably remove, they're kinda in the ditch there. Also in the way when we're gonna cut the tree. It's so big it kind of makes another piece of firewood right here. It's already one piece right there. Of course, this isn't super precise, but I usually cut them into 340 and make like 680. Roughly the same length. Pretty much cut that in half. Just of course in the middle of the ditch, like always. Cut it like this, it's You always have to cut it in the middle. Seems to be the case always. There was one branch here. Pace yourself in the beginning when the shape isn't that good. Six eighty. 680 and then maybe one from the top bikes. This, there's that bird. There's one. Probably gonna move the tractor closer before we cut the next one. I mean, I guess if it comes this way then not, but we'll see. As I said, yeah, I make firewood, usually cut it down to about, so it's like about 5 centimeters thick. Smaller than that, but it's just a lot of work for my firewood. Cut this off here, then we basically did a tree again. Pretty easy to do purchase. Chainsaw in shape is not very good one. Other than that, it's pretty good. at least it's close to the tractor in the future. Yeah, we'll see that birch. It's bigger than this one. Maybe it's leaning this way also. You could drop it here in the same spot, kind of. But yeah, first want to move this side of the way, and then yeah, here's the road place. Those are nicely to the side. This is nicely to the side. That guy's nicely to the side. Might need to cut, I like this pine here or something, so we can have good room with the tractor and trailer. Yep, that's another tree. Now we got 3 trees, probably made like, this one wasn't that big, but we definitely have made like probably 1 cubic meter now. So only like 15 more maybe if we're gonna make, yeah, roughly 15 to 20. Here we got this one on this small piece, we can put it just right by the other one, then when you pick it up with the grapple it should be better, unless there's like branches. One would be the next. Let's see what this is leading. It's also leading that way. I might drop it in the same direction. It seems like it's leaning. The branches are on that side also. Pick up this small trash here first. These are almost too small. Just make a couple of small pieces of firewood. These are kind of borderline too small. How fast do these trees grow? Well, this tree probably is like 50 years. Could be a little bit older. It's kind of hard to tell. We could, when he cut it off, we could count the rings. But yeah, I'm guessing like birches, like the big ones we're gonna take here, might be like 50, maybe 70. But yeah, we're removing these because the big ones, as you can see, there's a lot of like small trees coming up. So the big trees are really not needed anymore. So that's why we can, yeah, cut down the birches. Feels like you can see many small, nice spruces. Better let them grow instead than remove the big tree that's not really growing that fast anymore. I think this one should go. It's kind of leaning that way, but I'm gonna drop it there. Should go right on top of the previous one. Or yeah, maybe. Would go there, but then might need to do more winching. Yeah. Got a lot of branches though. Maybe I still want to drop it there. And you can winch the bottom half there and the rest that way, I guess. How long have you been doing forestry? Probably been using the chainsaw for maybe 20 years or something. It shouldn't get caught on those trees. Just try to aim it there between the smaller birches. Right there. That's where we're gonna aim at least. Let's see from this side, if I cut this from this side, how well the aim works from here. Thicker than the bar, but should be able to get it, just cut it from two sides. Now we can aim again. Put it like this here. And it should go right there. From these two lines you can kind of aim. If you put the chainsaw in there, then you can aim like this. It should go right there. Be good. It's kind of leaning that way, so should be good. And this one will have to cut from two sides. Yeah, it's so deep that the bar doesn't reach through from one side. I'll cut from here first, and then I'll go on the other side. almost got caught. It went maybe a little bit this way, but pretty good aim still. A few degrees off maybe. I guess it snapped. This spruce here, the top got snapped, so that's not the best, but you got a good one there and a good one there. Always gonna have some small casualties, I guess. When we drop these trees here, like some of these small trees are gonna get smashed. Like it's impossible to drop the big one without losing a few of the small ones. But yeah, that's a pretty big tree. Ain't rolling these logs by hand too much. Need some tractor power to do these. At least this is nicely up in the air here to cut it off. Chainsaw bar caught. Sometimes there's a lot of weight on a branch, and then if you cut from the wrong side, it's gonna pinch a lot. Try to believe there's at least one big branch there. Kind of a bigger tree. Probably had more room when it grew up than some of the other ones. It's gonna have much smaller branches. cut birds. We could probably cut down. Maybe, we'll see. But yeah, it starts to add up. You think of that, there's just a few trees here to cut, but adding up, adding up. Wrestle with these a bit before we got all the branches cut. Pretty big. Easy ones in there. Probably have to put a little bit thinner shirt underneath. It's getting, when you're working, it's getting a little almost too warm, and when the sun starts shining, it's going to be, need to work in slow motion. Cut it at the top and then can winch it out, so you don't need to cut too much above the beach. It's always a little extra tricky. Maybe a few birds is here that we can cut. There's a lot here just on the edge before we're even into where I thought we were going to do most of the cutting. Already a bunch here. Bunch of stuff right here. Now if there would be no water in the ditch like 1 month ago, we could easily just walk over. Now it's like there might be more water there than what my boots can tolerate. Let's see if I can stand here inside. It's gonna be 6. Now we're doing a split over the beach. How do we get out of here? Throw the chainsaw first. Which is not gonna work. The wrench is in the way. We need to throw ourselves. Now the tree is ready, right? Now we're just gonna cut this maybe once here and then try to flip it and get maybe a few branches that are underneath. But yeah, we can cut that birch, we can cut, there's like many there, like 4 there. Like just this edge of the ditch is gonna be like, that's gonna be a quarter of what we need pretty much right here. These I can always try to drop here, then it's pretty close to the road. But yeah, I thought last year this side. I thought I took many from the side here, but apparently there's quite a few left here still. That's fine. If they're leaning this way, then it's all good. Some of those might not be leaning the right way. The biggest ones out from the beach. Not gonna flood the beach too much. Just throw them here, then you can winch them with machine power. Try to move them as little as possible manually. The top of the tree, I guess, is the widest one. This one you can move a little bit by hand, but the rest is better with the tractor and winch or grapple. There's a couple of smaller trees that grow in the actual ditch. You could remove those, but I think those are easier when there's either ice on the water or the ditch is so dry that you can walk at the bottom. Then these will be easier to remove. So we're not gonna take those now, I think. Those are easier at another time. Some of this stuff. be easier to cut and then they The only downside here with dropping them over the ditch is sometimes you gotta move some branches out from the ditch, which is quite a big job. But I think these, that one, the branches start so high that if we drop them this way, the branches will be all there, I think. Then we don't need to do this. This is kind of not so nice. Clearing ditches. Get the biggest one out at least. That one, if I leave it in the water like this, if it freezes, and we won't be able to, maybe we won't be able to drag it out here. See what we figure out with that. Mostly without branches. That one out of the beach here, we can maybe branch these out. Pretty good here now. Most of the crap is down. If anybody remembers on Stream Buddy how you can like lock the screen, that would be kind of helpful. Otherwise it wants to, like a branch or something touches the screen and then does all kinds of things. I remember there was a setting somewhere where you could lock the screen, but I don't remember what it was. Roll a few pieces, there's probably some branches underneath still. Can't really move it too much. First piece should definitely be clean. This guy. Maybe you should leave, that's kind of a nice birch. You've got the older tree that's smaller instead. And here, I mean, if this is a nice spruce, then this one should almost be removed. I guess we'll take this one instead. Better to leave when you reach the tree. So heavy I can't get roll it very easy. It's like pretty much on the underside. But this guy, yeah, it's also leaning. I'll try this one right there. And straight in the bushes. There's always some bush when you drop the tree. Maybe it would be easier there, but you could get caught right there. Not in the same spot as that one. I guess right there should be good. Right there, and this was leaning, and it's also leaning that way, so that way easy tree to cut down. Oh shit. Don't say me flip the back here. Now we might be screwed. Now it's leaning the wrong way. The wind pushed it over. Should have had my wedges. Now I would have put the wedge in. Now it's leaning the wrong way. Now we might have some. Now we might have a slight issue here. It's not super big, so I think I can push it over. But if this happens with a big tree, then you need some tractor power or something. Or I can maybe get a wedge in there and hammer in a wedge. Then it should fall over. But yeah, that's why I should have my wedges, but they're back at the tractor. When you cut a little bit, you put a wedge in, then it can't like go back like that. There might also have been like a gust of wind coming from the wrong direction. But yeah, I think we are close enough to an empty tank also. We can move. I'm gonna get the tractor and see if we can drive the tractor all the way to here. Because I think I need to refuel and I need the wedges and tools from the tractor. Should be able to drive the tractor all the way here because not gonna cut that birch maybe today. Or we'll see which way it leans. Maybe focus on getting all these done here. Then the tractor should be safe here somewhere. We'll see if we can. I should have cut these trees. Well, we can kind of drive over these. This one could cut this so doesn't slap around the tractor too much. Because yeah, that tree it's gonna come down here, so we don't want to leave the tractor here. Guess we can just drive over those. And that one goes. Yeah, we can leave the big birch and we'll take the small alder tree. Then there's like 3 or 4 birches over there still. Then we have only done like, we haven't really gotten into the big open area yet. And then we have already done 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, like it's already probably 1.5 loads. And we need like 4 to 5 loads, so just getting the edge done and we're already like pretty far in. Yeah, stream seems to be working pretty good here. Sometimes this area has been really challenging for the internet. I mean, my phone is already down to 65%, so it's draining the batteries pretty fast, but at least the stream is still working, which is good. That has not always been the case inside here, inside the forest. We'll go get the tractor. Tractor guy should be. It feels solid enough. We'll see, hopefully we don't sink in too much. There's some branches left here from last year, so maybe those will hold us up in the air a little bit. wettest part where when we came in there, when we leave, if I have battery left, which I probably won't have, then I could show there was like a lot of water, but luckily there was some sort of a bottom, so it didn't sink in too much with the tractor. Here it's quite a kind of wet in spots. A lot of long hay right here. Should have all the things. Yeah, there nothing should fall off. Jacket, hat, spare parts and everything. Should be able to drive a little bit forward now. Hit something low with the boxing. Almost dropped it. Moved it higher up, I guess. a good spot to park right there, I think. Now we got our tools closer at least. It seemed like it wasn't super soft, but yeah, we can't start hauling the wood out with the other tractor and the trailer, because once you drive with a heavy load there, I think might have some sinking issues. With this tractor with basically no weight on it, it seems like it might work. But yeah, there's a couple of days of work to cut down the trees before we can even start thinking about hauling anything out. Could use a filling iron, but I think it pinched, so we can't get that in there. Wedges we might get in there, or we might just need to push manual. Could try with a wedge and an axe. I mean, if I would have done that from the beginning, it would definitely have worked. Now it might be, to get this inside there might be sketchy. Wedge plus axe if we can get it in, and then maybe this guy might also help. I think there might not be too big of a gap. I guess on the side there could be. If I can get the wedge in here first, there's a little gap there, and it might start lifting it. Then I can use the other one. Not the best lifting power there. Still no gap here to put anything in. See if I push a little bit. Probably not happening that way. Gotta get it at least straightened up a little bit first. So much weight, it doesn't want to go in there. Another wedge on the other side could help. It's a little, if I would get it back here, you get much more power to lift it. Should have put the wedges, or had, when you fell trees like this size or bigger, you should always have the tools to put it right in before it can do the fall backwards thing. I think I can get this one. This one is so thick I can't get it. Can't really get it in there anywhere. What we could do is cut again here, just enough to get this one in there. If we just cut a little bit there, or maybe get that one in there. I think we gotta try that. Just push with the bar here a little bit, just wide enough for that guy. But yeah, this is the hard way of doing this. I should have got greedy. I thought it was leaning that way, but apparently this tree was not leaning that way so much. Now we should be able to get this guy in there. Some momentum. And now will it? Oh, it should go. Yep, it's going. That's how you do it the hard way. Just cut a little bit, then put this or this guy in between. Then you don't need to do it the hard way. Yeah, we got it. Now we can cut that and probably run out of fuel at some point. Luckily it wasn't, if it would have been a really big tree, then we would have been in big trouble. Then you're not just pushing it over, that's easy. It snaps so it didn't cut against the ground. But a tree like this is easy when there's not that many branches. Mostly just that last like 5-6 meters. These like slightly smaller trees are, I guess, easier. Because yeah, cutting the branches, that's what takes a long time. Felling the tree, and that is usually not that time consuming. It's really nice weather today. Perfect weather for this. there is pretty good because most of the wood is going to be pretty close to the place where we can drive with the tractor. Yeah, we're just doing the forest part here. Cutting the trees down so we can get firewood later. Pretty good. This one had no branches. It's kind of nice in the air there. It's easy to grab here an inch. Yeah, the next one now probably at all go through. And then we got some birches further there. So this deal costs a lot of taxes. Taxis is not really the issue here. It will only cost a little work and some fuel for the chainsaw. Yeah, we might have some fuel, we might not have too much fuel, but I'll try to get that little free. And then the next tank of gas will go further there. Once again, today's exercise is what we're doing today. And this one we can cut down. This one is so small that I trust that I can push it over. We're not going to take the wedges and stuff. Could be smart to take them. Should be able to cut this down. This one we can drop. It's kind of leaning the wrong way, but I think it's not that big. Maybe right here on top of the previous one there. Or maybe that way. chainsaw even though they can't fall backwards from wood. Push it over. Those trees are smaller, those are the best. Because yeah, you can push them over. You can push them over with just, you don't need any tools. They're so small. But the bigger ones you might need some help from some tools. How am I so good at always getting the cutting point? Middle of the bridge. This part of which you can kind of cut it wherever, but still. Refuel after this because I don't think we have much fuel left. And there we have, I think, at least 4 trees right there. Enough fuel for that. Smaller pieces can stack a little bit. That one should be fine there, but this one lift it up here, I guess. So we can find, if it starts to snow, then that would not be nice now. Because then all this wood would be more or less like hidden under the snow. Best would be to get some cold temps now so the ground would freeze, but no snow. Then we could start hauling the wood out. Time for a break, time for a refuel, some snacks, and we'll continue with this part here somewhere. See what's gonna happen there. I guess if I take a little break, bigger break, good, but the camera's on the helmet, so it's not very easy. If I take the helmet off, put the hat on, then the camera is gonna be dangling. Even when I do this, apparently you don't see too much but the visor. But yeah, I think I had some like a mandarin or apple or something, a little snack. Snacks. Eat the apple first, I guess. When I eat the apple, I need to have this open, yeah. But here we got a bunch of trees there, and there's a few over there. We'll see. Need to make a road somewhere here, cut down some of the small trees to be able to at least drive like up there and maybe one way out there. Or best would be like a loop. Probably some sort of loop. But yeah, all this we can drag out with the winch to this road. So that's already going to be again one load. Need to trim like this small bush and the small ones from there, because when I drive here with the other tractor, it's gonna hit the cabin and everything here. But yeah, when you drive now, when I go back, I try to drive a different spot. Hopefully it flattens the grass. Maybe bring some water to the surface. Then hopefully it gets cold. It should be like minus almost every night now, like forward. Or most nights. And hopefully the surface starts to freeze. And then after a while we can start hauling out the logs. But that's going to be very weather dependent. If it stays warm like this, rains, then yeah, there's no point in coming out here. We're just gonna get stuck. Need some colder temperatures. If let's say the top maybe 5 centimeters, 10 centimeters freezes, then it should hold the tractor. Tractor is not very heavy. Kinda heavy, but not super heavy. We're good with a refuel again, and then at some point we could maybe sharpen the chain. But yeah, well, I'm gonna be cutting today, then on the weekend probably not. It might rain again, and it's good to start easy with one day and then have like a break for a few days, so that it's still pretty physical work. Then come back again. It's supposed to be next week. It's supposed to be some pretty nice days like this, sunny and not super windy. Good logging days. I still have a brush cutter blade in there. Definitely don't need that today. Using a little bit different cutting methods today. Yeah, that's good. That's good. But yeah, I'll trim this like this small bush and those small ones from that side. Then this will be better room for the road here. probably got the track. One piece of firewood from this guy. A huge one, but a little one. You can use that, you put it like this, and you can use it as a seat here. If you want a seat like that. Check out the other small ones now. Chainsaw man, that you. That's me. At least for today. A couple of small pieces of firewood right there. Tractor our back without getting heat all the time. Should we take our wedges and stuff? We probably should. There's another tree that needs some help. Needs some help felling. The next one might be. This one we might leave. Let's see. Start from the furthest away one somewhere here. Up to here I cut last year, but yeah, that needs to go. That one needs to go. That one needs to go. This one needs to go. That one needs to go. This one can be. And this one can be. Some of these are leaning so heavily out there that probably not going to be able to push them over. But this guy's heavy leaner. That guy's a really heavy leaner. Just going to have to push them over right there and reach them out. Guess we can start with the one furthest out. This guy. Probably don't need the wedge and stuff. Leave them here for the next. Yeah, I'm gonna try to let the spruces are really nice here. Let them grow and remove this birch. Probably drop it there or there somewhere. Let's see where this one's leading. Probably what it wants to go out there. Yeah, I'll probably drop it straight there. Smash too many trees here. Like some of the birds, if you smash some, it's gonna be what it's gonna be, but you can save most of them, it's fine. Luckily these trees don't have too many like big branches, so it's gonna not destroy too much area. The rest of them try to go clear. This one we'll see if it's better to use some longer pieces. Does it feel easier that way or this way? This like 6A. There I removed all the birches last year. So we don't have like this area. I guess there's a couple here. The rest is almost all there. Few there, but we'll see if we need it there. So if there's somewhere where I can easily drive in. Get there. one tree is snapped off. Some that's not leaning variably much this way, then you can try to drop them the other way. Otherwise they will just have to come here. Kinda impossible to tell them in the opposite direction. Some heavy before we reach it or after we reach that one, these two are heavy leaners. They're going the wrong way. Nothing we can do about these. Let's drop them on top of the previous one. We'll see if we reach them this way or that way. I guess this one could go, maybe I could get it to the wedges. Super heavy. These guys definitely not a chance. This is almost not 40 degrees lean, but pretty heavy lean on. Branch there might slice something off. So try right there. Pretty destroyed. Then you can try to reach it backwards maybe that way. Yeah, that's probably gonna work. Perfect. That's exactly what I'm aiming. The leaners are there, in a way they're easy because they're already leaning somewhere. And you just cut that and they fall because the gravity is on your side. But a little bit more work when you push them out. They kind of want to go in the wrong direction. Yeah, probably the long one. Small ones, but wasn't a super big tree. Another long one and probably easier to reach out. This area was doing got this last year done. A few more there than this is done. And we just get this stuff up here. This that way, then we probably need to get that one first, because this one is going in the same direction, I guess. That one's a little bigger, but I think it's pretty much straight up, so we should be good that way. Should be able to get it that way. Yeah, it's actually easy that way. With the wedge in there early enough to put it straight between the pines there. Branches pretty much here on that side also. Already almost good. Don't get caught, don't get caught. Almost got caught on the other birds there. Not good. It's good if it would be minus degrees. The branches could have been just enough, like not bend away as easy. Then it might have not fallen. Now it might be nice. A couple of weeks ago we were here and checked this out, then there was nothing, like no water. There's actually quite a lot of flow. Has rained quite a bit in the last couple of weeks. Now just there, we're gonna grab at least that bird. Maybe the two smaller ones there. And then we'll leave the bigger ones here closer to the beach. They should have nice room to grow. That pine has snapped off, so that one we should probably take. It's pretty much dead. cut it. It's easier to cut the branches when it's nicely up in the air like this. We'll just mark it and then cut it later. It's nicely up in the air like this. It's easy to cut the branches. Oh, it's still hot. Sun, it's time. One sun is like barely above the trees. Low sun. There is some nice sun today. It's been mostly not sun. Couple of birds here. A couple more birds. Here's the top of the tree. It's pretty so small. We're just gonna leave this to get like a little piece of photo. That piece is pretty border like this. Yeah. I need to figure out before tomorrow or next time how do I lock this screen. It wants to open up all kinds of photo apps and everything. Almost ready as it is. It's got a few branches and then clean it a little bit up. Almost branchless already. Wide right here. Glad I got my watertight boots. Otherwise we would have wet feet right about now. That one's kinda, we take that one too, so maybe there's 3 more. At least 3 more. This one actually might be easier to reach. Just do it with 1 foot. Easy to drag it in 1 piece. The winch. Mostly without branches, then we can tractor here and winch it close and then we'll cut it. Yeah, at least 2 more. Maybe that one, I don't know where that one was leaning. I think it might have been a quite a heavy lean. Yeah, probably 3 more on that side. I will start with the smaller one. See if we can get them to use it. My tools right here. Quite a heavy lean. Sorry if I want to start to fly it. Try to get it this way. Kind of really wants to go that way. Just drop it on top of the other one there. That's where it wants to go. That's where we're probably going to drop it. Good here. It's a little bit too big to just push it over. And those can be tricky, it's hard to get the edge in there. That's to go the wrong way. So we're just supposed to go between the spruces, okay. Smash the one spruce a little bit. It's fine. Cut it down now immediately. Because we saw the other ones are in fine shape. So we will have some damage, but there's still some nice spruces growing. At least now when the spruces are still soft when it's warm, they cause less damage. When they're frozen, then you can cause more damage. Smash the tops, cut it down now. Small spruces survive nicely. Come on. that one. Then these might be all the way down, basically to the tractor. Then yeah, up here are the ones that I actually thought that were gonna just cut now, but apparently there was a lot here at the border between the old and young forest. Yeah, then we'll see if these ones drop these this way and then most of it somewhere there. Without too much damage on the smaller trees. Yeah, this one is also heavy drinker or heavy. That one might drop right there. Drag it out of the tractor. That's a nice bit there. And it's not gonna reach the tractor. How did this happen? All tangled up. Yep, we have spared all the small spruces. Those are the most important ones. Some of these bigger birds, if you can smash each goat, it's kind of fine because it's probably mostly going to be a spruce forest. And some pine higher up there, and some birches mixed in. But yeah, it looks pretty good. I mean, this was not planted here. This was just, the soil was, there was an excavator here that mixed the soil a little bit, like ripped open the soil. And then nature just filled in the trees. Looks pretty good. It's going to grow great from here forward, I think. Trees that really don't grow that well. These birches, a lot of these are the ones that they really don't grow too bigger than this. They grow decently fast this size, and then it's like, nope, not gonna grow anymore. So they are really good trees to take as far as this. One here now. One more maybe two. Yeah, maybe we'll take this one. Let's see. But at least for sure that one. At least for sure, maybe. Yeah, that's a heavy one. Really heavy one. Where do we want to drop this? I guess there in the same direction would be good between the two bigger spruces. Should be doable. I'll remove my pins here so we don't smash these. In case it drops a little bit to the side. Yeah, on top of the previous one there. This little spruce here looks already dead, so it's fine if that one gets smashed. Just between those spruces over there. And hopefully branches don't cause too much damage there. That's really where the tree wants to go. You could always try to force it there, but then it's in the middle of the ditch. All the branches in the middle of the ditch. Try to go over there. Try to aim it. It's also leaning this way, so you can aim that way. Oh yeah. As long as you save the tops of the trees. Still I could have taken it a little bit more that way. But there was the one big branch, it didn't smash it too bad, so it's good. Now the spruces have room to grow here. There's just a few birches here, but these should have room to grow here now. Oh, fence it up a little. Yeah, this on the border here, this is kind of like I'm doing a thinning here. As you can see, now this is done, this area. There's still, like you can see, trees growing everywhere. This is not like a clear cut. I won't remove everything here, like these spruces will be the next generation here. Spruces plus maybe some burgers. Then we'll just leave or remove these not so nice, kinda ugly trees that are not really growing anymore. You can see they have a lot of them have like a little bit of the root rot. They're starting to rot. So right now it's still good firewood, but within a few years it might just fall down on its own. Very good firewood, not very high value if you sell it, but as firewood it's still good stuff. Prime stuff as firewood. This is so big that maybe we can move it here. It's underneath there, so better to drag it with the wings than try to cut that. Yeah, this branch here now, this is a big, it has very much tension on it, so this one could slap that way and cut it. Kinda gotta be careful with this. Up here this way too. Got it out. But yeah, gotta be careful with this. Now there's no more pressure. Big branch. We could cut that now, but this one might be. Now we can cut it. Don't really want to leave heavy leaves like that too much. That's better left for the machines, but sometimes it's really, you don't want to leave a branch like that. It's nice and clean. Yeah, should avoid those as much as possible. That's better to do with the winch or with the grapple on the back. Let the machines do the heavy Oh yeah, they'll look here. Good, looks good. We'll remove the one that's dead. Those birches can be, there's room. These are good, they have room. And this is the, before we go back to the tractor, maybe that one, the other one. This one. You could take them both too, but the other one there's kind of a spruce close by. On the other hand, it's pretty open here, so kind of a 50-60 if you want to remove that birch. Could leave. It's a pretty straight one, so I guess you could leave. Then this leaner here. Maybe it's better to take this one down. Or leave them both. But technically they have pretty good room to grow them. It's always in these kind of areas, it's kind of, they go many ways. So you can see there's a lot of small spruces coming up here, so technically you could remove both those birches. This is pretty nice. I guess they're pretty nice, so they can probably leave both actually. It's really, you could go both ways here for sure. Probably have the visor down so you can see something. But yeah, this is good here now. These are kind of on the edge here where the spruces will grow underneath here, and then at some point you can remove the birches. These are at least, that's not super nice, but this one is pretty straight, might make a nice log in the future. Same with that one. We already removed like a couple of trees there, so should be good. Now, how many trees have we cut down today? Probably over 10, so it's, yeah, at least one load in the, so probably a quarter of the firewood we need for 1 year is done already, and we like barely started. Now we could, maybe the next would be to fell some of these here out, big ones. We'll see. We'll see if we want to drop any more today or if we're just gonna chill. Yeah, that little spruce is actually pretty ugly down there, so probably better to remove the spruce than in the next thinning we do here, or next time when we come here. But yeah, this looks pretty nice here now. Spruces have room to grow and the tops of the trees are not destroyed. Let's see how much is the beat rates are pretty good. They're a little bit all over the place, but I think the stream has worked pretty good today. Surprisingly good. This is again one of the worst spots on the farm, where the connection usually is the worst. I think we could maybe take everything back to the tractor, and then we could try the drone maybe. See if it works here in the forest too. Just gonna take my tools and the chainsaw so we don't leave anything here in the forest, otherwise it's for sure gonna be forgotten. Or should we just take this one? Those two spruces are kind of underneath this one a little bit. But then again, there's a ditch and some open to that side. Yeah, you could go both ways here. I'll leave it for now, I guess. There's a big one there. We'll see where that one leans. I think first. Now this edge is done. Probably next is some of these here in front. See where those are when I want to go. But right now it's like almost 2 p.m. Sun is out. It's real nice. We might want to try to fly the drone now and just evaluate our situation here. It's good. It's always you want to do too much the first day, but I think if I come back here like a couple more days, it's probably all done. So probably best to take a little bit more chill day the first day. I got the tool belt. Yeah, before we do anything else, I should switch. I'll switch over the camera to the head mount. Then I can put the jacket on, then I can take the helmet off. I can put my hat on the head so I don't start to freeze, because yeah, it's warm right now, but then you don't need to stand still for this very long, and then it starts to feel cold maybe. Let's see if I can get the camera guy first. Off the helmet. Back on the mount, head mount. Something like that. The cable needs to come this way, I guess. Yeah, much more back. This, I spun this up. This goes, yeah, not through there now, but it needs to go this way. No, the other way. Which damn way? This damn way. This is of course all tangled up. I might need to unplug the camera actually, because right now this is going. No, it's good. Should be almost good. Put the hat underneath. Guess we need this phone for the drone. At least if we try to fly the drone. So then hopefully this other phone. Hey, we still got 33% on the other phone, but not too much on the other phone. I guess I'm gonna unplug this and see if it's gonna work with just one guy. Then jacket on for sure. Before it gets cold, we need this phone to come off. Almost to this guy. My backpack needs to come off also from underneath, and then the jacket can't go on like that. A little bit tricky with all the cables and jackets and things. Yeah, need to have the extra jacket on because when you stop using the chainsaw, it's gonna get cold otherwise. To throw this one on. Now, set up like that. Put this one back. I'm gonna walk. Sip. Probably if the connection starts to go low, probably go out in the open space there. Then we'll try to launch the drone. This guy out. Get that one on. Then we need a box here. So the drone is okay with being in the box a little bit. Wings are fine, hopefully. Then we'll find some sort of a good launch spot. Probably want to go here where the connection might be better. Some a little bit more open spot. And we gotta launch the drone from the hand, I think, here, because it's can't really find a flat spot where it can land. Maybe here. Maybe here it could actually land. No grass and stuff. So the propellers don't hit the grass or anything. Might be better to launch from the hand or something. Then we'll see if this works. I'll go up here and fly a little bit. Seems good right here. Then we will. Oh yeah, we need to fire. Get the picture working first. Which might not be a given always. There we got the peak, then we can go to, let's go to live 2. Then do you hear this, do you hear me talk? You should hear me talking now still, but the drone picture should be the big one. And we'll see if the picture is running. Seems like it's working. Then we could, should we try to take off this stump actually? Kind of worried with those grass, if the grass gets caught in the drone. Probably better to take off from the stump there. And when it comes back we need to probably catch it. But yeah, let's go flying. Okay, did it hit something? Oh god damn, there's a branch. Let's try that again. I didn't think it broke anything, but there was a damn branch still. Seems good. And we'll go a lot higher so we don't smack into trees. Not into the big tree either though, so we can go a little. Now we should be coming above the trees. Let's go up to like 50-60 meters so we're above the trees. But yeah, I cut down a few trees. You're probably worried about me killing all the trees. Look at this, guys, we got some trees. Got a few trees here. Let's go higher. Here's kind of this area where we were at now. We're gonna cut you can see there's a bunch of small trees, but we're gonna cut these bigger ones away. There's one that's fallen down already. And there you can see we have cut down a few trees there to the right. Can't really, it looks like we have not done much there. Just removed a few ones. But yeah, there's a bunch of trees here. Guess we can go fly this way a bit. This area here we planted a few, like 15 years ago, all these small spruce trees. And there's some older forest around, and then there's the little area there where it's planted. Can you zoom in though? What if I do this? Does it zoom on the actual drone too then? Oh, it actually does. We can fly this way a bit. I go down a little bit. See how it looks from straight up. Yeah. Starting to get pretty dense here, I would say. Can grow a little bit more, but then we need to cut down some here, I think. Mostly spruce here, you can see the green ones, and there's the one that don't have leaves anymore, that's probably birches. And this, yeah, that's neighbors there. We should be somewhere over there, I guess. Here you can see this area is kind of what we're working with here. These big trees here need to kind of go, give more room to the small ones. Should be able to come down here without hitting trees. Look at the actual drone from here. Out there, then we can fly around here. Almost inside the trees a little bit. As long as we don't hit any trees here. There we can see we cut down some trees. There's a tractor. And this area here we need to cut down the big ones. Big guys. Not super close to any tree there, so we can go straight up. Let's go up to maybe max height again and see how it looks from here. We probably can't see the farm from here still. At least up to like 100 meters. And now we're pretty much gonna do the 360 here. Looks like it's only forest around here, it seems. I guess it is mostly forest around here. But yeah, no shortage of trees. Coming down there. Got a little cycle around here. But yeah, that's a pretty good, probably a good aerial view of how the area looks. And we just gotta start to come down soon. We got a little bit battery left. Probably when I land here, probably easiest to just catch it from there. Since I don't trust the grass to land in the grass here. We can be here like this for a while. Now we can see it actually and see what the screen shows from the drone. Go like this. Who was that? Oh, the connection is getting bad down here. But yeah, we got pretty low battery, probably gonna catch it from the air here. How do we do that? Oh, it wants to go away if you try to catch it like that. You gotta do the land and then I need to catch it then. Because it probably can't land here. No, land, land, land. Grabbed it, it wanted to just put more power and go away. But yeah, it's always nice if you have like a flat there where you can land it. When I grabbed it, it put like full power and wanted to go up. Up, up, up. But yeah, we got some drone footage again. Maybe I should grab it from like a even lower altitude, then it would have not been angry about me grabbing it. Fold it away, put it back in the box. That so it doesn't break. Propellers. Probably put this last in so we don't break it. Then we can unplug this. Shut that off. Get the phone out if we can. And then we can also shift to live and probably refresh it so we get rid of the small picture maybe. And it doesn't want to get rid of the thing there. We might need to use the other phone for that actually, to get rid of the little picture. I'll need some things from here. Need this one to get rid of that guy. I'll put something else underneath. Could eat my last fruit here. Then we're gonna go walk around a little bit here, see where it would be best to make the road. If it's gonna go from here, maybe up there somewhere. Maybe it would be a good place. Don't really need to go here, we can winch this stuff. But at some point those are gonna be too far away from for the winch. It's not a rotten one right there. Seemed like it might have taken some damage. What do I need? I don't need to put too much stuff in this bag actually. If I keep the streaming stuff on me, I can put this down there. And then gotta be pretty gentle with this box. All other stuff should be fine like that. Where do I have that? Yeah, the other chainsaw is there. Should have everything now. I can just go check some things now. Plan a little bit where I need to cut down some of the trees to be able to drive there further. Not with this tractor maybe, but when we haul the logs out, then we need some better access. go check. So yeah, here's a little bit of a stump. We can't drive over this. Maybe the road has to go. Might have to go right just there. That's more flat. Here's like a big stump, and here's like a big pit here before it goes up. Maybe go there, up, and then go here. Cut these trees down, go right here. Between the stump and the stump here and up there. That might be really the only bet here. Can't drive too many places. It's gotta be pretty even. Here would be nice. Yeah, and then up here. Don't need to ruin too many trees here. Probably up here somewhere. And then turn there somewhere and go back down. Yeah, I think that's the plan. They can winch some stuff up here. Let's go right here. Over this like small uneven stuff. Maybe even back once there. And then drive back down here. If we can turn around. Like here's these trees are so small that even if you drive over them, you're not gonna necessarily like feel them. It's pretty flat here for the most part, but there's some rocks and some uneven stuff. Yeah, I think it comes up there, then maybe right here it could go there. It's pretty even. No trees. Then if I can drop that one, if you can drop them here and cut this off and maybe drop that one here and these ones over here. Yeah, somewhere here might be the plan. Then we can of course winch some of the further away stuff. Here's uneven, but if I can come like back or drive here a little bit, should probably be good here. Yeah, here's more pine up here. There's a lot to choose. If we smack some here, like destroy some trees, it's fine. A lot to choose from. Oh yeah, another option would be just continue straight up here. Just from the tractor basically straight up here. That really might be an option also. Then I can maybe turn here around and then drive back. Here you could drive all the way, like here's a couple of big ones and there's one there. Need to go up here somewhere, so this might be the place. Go as far up here where it's flat and then winch the rest. We'll see. It might be easiest if I just drop the trees where they want to go, and then we'll see where most of the trees end up, and then we'll make the road there. But yeah, here would be an option somewhere here, and then on the other side we need to go somewhere there, or loop around. Loop around. At least here it would be pretty flat. Here, yeah, right here. thin the rock right here and then up there. And then we could maybe back there and drive back down. We'll see if we get, then there's just a few over there, and it's pretty far away, that we might need another road there. That's probably our best bet, I think. I'll just cut down these trees. Then the really small ones you can leave, and if you don't happen to drive over them with the tractor, like with the exactly the wheel, then they might even survive. But yeah, up there and up here. Maybe there, maybe back there, and maybe drive over there and then maybe down. Something like that. So here, the only way to come up here is really there. It's pretty flat there. Here it's like there was a steep section there, and there's like a big stump and a big stump, but in between there we can come up. So maybe look at the other side here. Or then we have to, if you can't really go here anywhere, I guess you could do, if you turn right there steeply around those trees, you could go, maybe go there. Otherwise it's best to go up here and then go from here. There it's fine, there's kind of some old stump, there's a stump. Depends how these old stumps, if they're rotten or if they give away. This could technically be possible here. There's really not any trees depending on where we drop these. Don't really need to go here too much. Around there, that's kind of uneven in between those stumps. Like this might work right here and right there, and then go up there. That's probably our second place. Yeah, here would be good. This is drivable. And then turn there and see if you turn around there and come back, or if we do a loop. But yeah, this is the actual area that we want to cut, but and then there's a big one, and there's quite a big one. There's a few here in the edge that are also pretty big. But yeah, just cut this one down, then we can drive here. We'll see when we come back next time. But here should be possible, and there should be possible. Right there is not possible, but then we can go up there and up here. We still need like a road when this is gonna be like thinned in maybe 15-20 years. So you could kind of make a road already now, and then it's ready for like 15 years in the future. Still need to be able to drive someplace. But yeah, we got 20%. Probably start to head out now. We got a decent bit done. I see, I could maybe show when I drive out of here. There's a really wet spot. We'll see if we can get over that. Over here it seems fine. So we got all the tools. Helmet, fuel. Didn't leave anything here, all the small tools. Got the stream stuff on me. Yeah. Sun's going down almost. We need to reverse out here and then turn around. But yeah, probably best to flip this to the front, and then we'll just try to head out of here. See if we can without getting stuck. 2 chainsaws, a helmet, tool belt, fuel, juice. Yep. Chat phone might run out before we get completely out of here, but stream still should be able to run. see. quite a bit. There was like a soft spot right there. This row of trees here close to the ditch could probably be cut down. They're just gonna grow branches out and then it's gonna be too narrow here for the tractor. Soft right here. Won't be able to drive too many times there before it freezes over, I think. Could get stuck. Here there was like a log. I'm gonna actually remove these. There's like a log. I drove over it when I came here, but I think it might, if it pops up the wrong way underneath the tractor, it might not be best. Not be best. This can maybe be in there. But yeah, this here is the muddy spot. We're sleeping a little bit when we came in. And you can't adjust like sideways here. Kind of just have to drive in the deep spot here. There's some logs that we put in there. But this here, the 15 meters here, this is the muddy section. And this probably won't freeze over. But there seems to be a bottom at least. We'll see if we can get it through now. But yeah, it's compared to last year, it's way more muddy. But when we flatten it down, this hopefully that freezes over a little bit. Before we start hauling out anything from here. Seems like it's not going too much deeper at least. That's the real muddy one, muddy section. We got out, I guess. log truck coming. I think we're gonna go off-road here. Should be able to drive down here. Give room to the big truck. Seem to be doing some logging here or hauling. Came kind of in a good spot, so room. That's pretty typical. There's not like a lot of traffic on this road, but you know, when you go there, then there's always a lot of traffic. Well, at least there's quite a few spots where I can give way with the tractor. Here they have chipped, I think, earlier. Making some wood chips. That was probably like a wood chip truck. It seemed like one of those at least. Don't wanna smack our drone too much. off-road speed. It's really bumpy here in the beginning, so better drive slowly with our precious cargo. Don't want to bang it around too much. Where it's not that muddy. Let's not make the ruts deeper. But yeah, that's gonna be it. I'm kind of out of battery here, like few percent left. So thanks for watching.
I am here in the middle of nowhere. There is no there, it is cold there, but I am safe and I am warm. Although it's hard, I know I gotta keep up. No time to lay to drift away. I find my space, I spend my time down the rabbit hole again, and as I fall I can feel the pain. You can't tell me where to go, so I don't know, I just go with the flow. I go with the flow. I'm falling up, I'm falling down, from the sky and from the ground. Up above just like below, and I don't know where I should go. 'Cause I'm stuck in limbo. I'm out of love, but I guess I deserved it. Trying to hide, to pass you by. I'm getting down, feeling fine. I'm light as air, no one can reach me. Lost in a dream, lost in between. Let's keep on flying, let's keep on breathing. I'm falling up, I'm falling down, from the sky and from the ground. Up above just like below, and I don't know where I should go. 'Cause I'm stuck in limbo. Cause I'm stuck in limbo. Cause I'm stuck in limbo.